Dr. Eric Kelly III, and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car.
Wow.
I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
You need to be messaging and communicating to a lot more folks and getting them committed to you as a brand and feeling that you are trustworthy, as a subject matter expert, and for their needs and their pain points. That says, look, here are my pain points. Here's the problem that I have that I don't want, or the benefit that I want that I don't have. And Grant and Sydney understand that and are giving me information to be able to assist, in my eliminating those pain points.
You're going to get a lot out of this workshop. We're going to show you ways that you can begin to look at this particular problem, that you can apply different formulas, techniques, and skills. They're going to get you to that next level. And then you'll understand the value that we're bringing.
Five-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.fivestarbdm.com today to learn more.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Crystal Gomez. I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our first speaker is Christopher Cooney. Mr. Cooney is a senior level HIT executive and strategist. He currently serves as Senior Vice President of Digital Acceleration at Divergent. Mr. Cooney is called upon by his clients to provide guidance and thought leadership specific to emerging healthcare technology offerings, compliance, related issues, and technology adoption. His leadership extends to academia as the Industry Advisory Committee Board Chairman for Morehouse School of Medicine's Healthcare Informatics Program and as instructor for Emory University's HIT Certification Program. He is a Fort Valley State University alumnus with a BS in Computer Science and Mathematics. Mr. Cooney also holds an Executive MS in Management of Technology from Georgia Tech. He is also a member of both Atlanta NAHSE and Georgia HIMSS Board of Directors. He appeared as a subject matter expert at various healthcare IT industry conferences, webinars, podcasts, and events. You can find Mr. Cooney serving as host of the Straight Outta Health IT podcast that appears on most major podcast channels. I present to you Mr. Christopher Cooney in a fireside chat with Grant McGaw.
Hey, there he is. It's Christopher Cooney. Mr. Cooney, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, Grant? And hi, Crystal. Thanks
wonderful.
For the intro.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's long. It would take up the whole show. We put all your different accolades, things you've been able to accomplish over your career. Not to say that from a ego perspective, but you have been instrumental. You've been iconic and historical. And I really appreciate all the different associations that we've been a part of. An opportunity to talk about some things, top priorities for hospitals in 2024. This is important. You have been intimate in this arena and been able to talk to, from a consulting standpoint, where the focus should be. And I want to talk, I'll throw this first one out there because I call it the elephant in the room, digital transformation.
Sure.
How do you see the critical aspect? I mean, what would you focus on from a critical aspects in this space?
Well, it's a good question. And again, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be a part of this program. Hospitals are going through a tremendous amount of change right now. First of all, they are still recovering from the effects of COVID in our communities. The fact that they've lost a number of healthcare professionals who have participated in the Great Resignation, or unfortunately have succumbed to the effects of COVID. Some who lost their lives, and then others who are not, have not returned back to work as a result of their battling their COVID symptoms as well too. And so you've got that, that organizations are dealing with today. Not to mention, the fact that the baby boomers are now rapidly moving into their senior years. And so every day, 10,000 people are turning 65. And that will be occurring for the next 20, 25 years. And so you're starting to see a much older population now that will be impacting our healthcare system with generally more multiple comorbidity issues. What I mean by that is people who have more multiple disease states that they're dealing with. For example, someone might have high blood pressure, they may be diabetic, they may be dealing with congestive heart failure, or obese, or have other factors that might be impacting their health. And as they get older, they will continue to engage in the healthcare system going forward. The other thing is happening in this industry is that there's an attempt to shift healthcare's focus from primarily dealing with chronic care to focusing on providing preventative care. The model has been what we call fee for service. And that is, if you get sick, you go to the doctor, you go to the hospital, they treat you, they send a bill to you or the insurance company or Medicare or Medicaid, and they expect reimbursement for those services. Whether you are well or not, they're going to still send a bill. What we have found is, again, as baby boomers are getting older and our younger populations getting sicker faster, that's an unsustainable model for care going forward. Healthcare is about 19% of GDP. If it rises to the level of 24 or more percent of GDP, it will be really an unsustainable business or industry. Even your employer will not be able to afford subsidizing your healthcare. And so we got to figure out how, and again, most of that is driven because of the chronic disease issues that we deal with today. It is said that roughly somewhere between 8 and 10% of the population contributes to 60+% of the total healthcare cost in our country. And that is, again, primarily due to these comorbidity issues. So healthcare is starting to shift its focus from, again, this episodic care to more preventative and focus on the health of healthcare more now. How do we keep you from getting sick? How do you keep you from having to manage multiple comorbidity issues and start to age as healthy as you possibly can without having to tax the high-cost healthcare systems? And so the future of healthcare is, again, rapidly evolving, and hospitals are really at the forefront of this transformation. And as we look in the future, as we close out 2023 and move into 2024 and beyond, it's really crucial and critical to try to understand, where these organizations are now making their investments. So it's not surprising that they're doubling down on technology as a driver around that. Technologies like AI and telemedicine and virtual care, as well as data analytics to understand and get better insights on their patient population and on their business as a whole. And also to try to leverage these technologies in some cases to reduce some of the administrative costs associated with the delivery of care. How do we, unfortunately, take some people out of the process that are costing us or increasing the cost of care as well? And how do we automate some of these processes and use technology as a resource and a tool to replace, in some cases, human interaction? So there's a tremendous amount of effort that's taking place in this space as well too. And one of the other things I'm very optimistic about is healthcare is starting to recognize these issues around health disparities as well too, and the fact that these underserved communities, communities that in some cases have health deserts, they don't have a clinic, they don't have a hospital, they don't have a pharmacy, they don't have healthy food in their communities, have a direct impact on the cost of healthcare, because we all share and bear the burden of that cost. Even if you're not in one of those communities, your insurance is directly impacted by people who don't have insurance as well too, and tax the healthcare system as well. And so, organizations, hospitals are starting to recognize that we need to also get into these communities, start to educate our patient populations about how to take better care of themselves, how to work with community organizations to provide access to care, preventative care, and how do we also make sure that we're addressing the individual holistically, mind, body, and soul. And so how we dealing with mental health related matters, as well as making sure that we're doing the best we can to educate consumers so that they make smarter decisions about their healthcare going forward. So there's a lot to unpack there, and I'm happy to kind of delve into a handful of those. I know we will probably have enough time to cover each and every one, but I'm definitely, my background being in the technology side, very excited about the investments that we're making in that space.
This is so important. And you're probably the best person right now I can think of to have this discussion, because you've been on both sides of the ball, as far as being on the provider side and being in the vendor community.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the problem. You just laid out the problem. The problem is vast. We must reimagine this hospital space, this healthcare space. We must reimagine it, just like some of these other companies, these digital platform companies have done, because it's not sustainable. You just laid it out. Economically, the way it's going, it's not sustainable. So it's not really, it's a nice to have. It's something we should do. No, we have to do it. It's not sustainable. It's not.
That's right.
So understanding that and putting on your lens, your innovative lens, and you talked about certain technologies that can help. Look at this from the financial aspect, because you're talking to a CEO of a hospital system. They see it. The writing's on the wall. They got to start laying out a plan for the next 18 months to 3 years based on where they see this going and what they can do to kind of change the tide. What advice would you give them? Like, Chris, what can I do right now to prepare myself?
No, absolutely. That's a great question. Every day you hear about hospitals, especially in rural and underserved communities, closing because their business model is no longer sustainable. Either a payer mix is such that it won't cover the cost of care, drugs and pharmaceuticals, or astronomically high. The cost of litigation associated with healthcare is untenable as well too. And so if hospitals deal with, not only just malpractice lawsuits, but, class action suits from data breaches and other, issues that impact the operations, very quickly you can see many of these organizations starting to give up and close their doors and move on. I think first and foremost, again, being a technologist, I would, want to look at tools and technologies and best practices that can maybe help mitigate some of those risks. For example, what we saw as a result of the COVID pandemic was a huge adoption of telemedicine. Prior to COVID impacting the entire world, telemedicine was only being used at a very small percentage in most healthcare organizations. In many cases, probably less than 10% or even smaller percentage of amount of their patients actually tapping into the telemedicine platforms. Fast forward, COVID hits, we all have to go into isolation, but we all still need primary care, right? And ongoing care. We saw a mass adoption now of the use of telemedicine platforms and how that has, quite honestly, revolutionized our ability to receive care right in our own homes and offices. No longer does it make sense for every healthcare interaction to have to occur within an office setting or within a hospital setting. Many of those healthcare issues that we deal with on an ongoing basis can be done in, again, the comfort of our own home or the comfort of our own offices without having to make those trips. And so there's a huge potential economic savings associated with not having to have as much real estate for the delivery of care, especially in primary care settings, wherein doctors can deliver a large percentage of those kind of day-to-day regular healthcare consults through a telemedicine platform. And not only that doesn't, it's not just limited to just the telemedicine components of it, but there's what they call virtual care. And that is the wide range of technologies that support telemedicine. That's things like wearable devices like your Fitbit, or your cardio mobile devices that can take an EKG off your cell phone, or, the device that monitors your glucose levels that you can monitor on your cell phone, or devices that remind you to take your medications. And so there's a whole host of technologies that are emerging now that allows us to be able to manage a person remotely and also, treat them remotely as well, which will continue to drive the cost out of healthcare going forward. Because again, the goal is to try to prevent you from getting sick versus treating you when you have an episodic or acute care event. That's really the vision we're trying to get to, because as you move into the more expensive parts of care, the episodic care, that's where the costs start to rise. And as you start to deal with one or more comorbidity issues, that's where the cost of healthcare continues to increase. And we have to find ways to mitigate that and manage that in the most effective way. Not to mention, not just on the delivery of care side, when we talk about technologies like AI and virtual care and things of that nature, but there's some administrative benefits for leveraging technology. For example, being able to do patient scheduling, for example, or processing insurance and getting insurance validation, or processing a bill, or patient communication that needs to happen, or collaboration between clinicians. There are administrative activities that now don't necessarily require humans to move to the same location, communicate and collaborate face to face. These things can be done remotely, and in some cases can be automated such that a human doesn't even have to be engaged in the process, which will drive, again, costs out of health systems operations going forward. And in addition, it also starts to empower us to be a part of the care process as well, too. We now are much more informed consumers about the quality of our care. We do our own research using these technologies. We can communicate more effectively with our healthcare providers. We can create a community of people that might be dealing with similar illnesses like we are, whether it's diabetes or cancer or any other type of issue, that maybe there's a community of folks that can come together and support each other in the delivery of care. There's a tremendous amount of opportunities where these types of technologies can help to improve operational efficiencies, drive cost out of an organization, improve clinical outcomes by helping clinicians make smarter, more informed decisions, and then keep the patient further engaged in the process of delivering care as well.
These are all things I need to consider, and I would hope a lot of my CEOs that I know in this space across the U.S., I know they're thinking about these things, understanding that, yes, okay, I can bring in more digital tools, more virtual care. I need to do these things, but I'm concerned about bringing in more technology into my space when I understand that that space is also under attack when it comes to cybersecurity. Am I exposing myself because I'm bringing more of a larger digital footprint into my organization? Am I exposing more risk from a cybersecurity standpoint that, there's ransomware, there's other things that are out there? What can I do? Because there's one hand I see, I can adopt more technology. The other side, if I do adopt more technology, am I exposing myself to more risk? What would you say?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question and a very good and a legitimate concern that many healthcare organizations are trying to grapple with. I want to back up a little bit and then move forward and answer the question. I think first and foremost, we have to look at technology as really the next utility. When you think about a hospital system, it's almost impossible to run a hospital effectively without electricity, right?
Yeah.
Be a challenge.
Let's say it's not going to happen very good at all.
Yeah, right. Exactly. It would be equally challenging if they didn't have water and plumbing.
Sure.
As well, because you need water, to make sure things are sanitized and just for basic, sanitation purposes. Fast forward 21st century, it's almost impossible to do anything now without IT. Every clinical, financial, business, customer interaction, decision has an IT component built in it. From the time you pick up the phone and call your doctor to make an appointment, to the directions you use to get to the doctor's office, to submitting your insurance information to the payer, to getting your prescription by e-prescribing that prescription, to the doctor providing you a patient portal so you can get your results of your test and you can communicate with them. To the fact that doctors use technology to perform surgeries and to get results on your test as well too. And so the reality of it is you can't get away from technology. I mean, we could always go back to the dark ages, and say, we're not going to use it, but remember what it was like back then too. So first and foremost, you have to come to that appreciation that technology is here to stay. God forbid something catastrophic happens and shuts down all of our ability to use technology. It's here to stay, and it's a part of our daily lives. The question is, how do you leverage it and use it in order to address, these challenges that we have in the delivery of care, but also how do you maintain and protect it? It's no different than protecting the electrical grid, right? Or making sure that no one's poisoning the water. You have to ensure security around those municipalities, just like you have to now ensure security, privacy around the currency that you're now leveraging in healthcare, which is technology, and specifically the data that you're getting from the technology. That's really the value add. The laptop, the cell phone, that piece of hardware is just a piece of hardware. It doesn't matter what it is. It really matters what it tells you and the insights you get from it. That's what helps you make better decisions, both financial, clinical, administrative, et cetera. And that's where the real value is. So how do you protect the data? It's just like protecting the bank, having a vault where it protects the physical currency, right? And it's no different than banks now protecting the non-physical currency, which is your data on your cell phone about your financial situation, your bank account information, credit card information, et cetera. So we have to put in place the same types of due diligence around securing that clinical data as we've done for other things that are just equally important to us, like our financial data, like our municipalities, and other tools that we use to manage our daily lives. Yes, healthcare is being attacked on a day-to-day basis because that data is very valuable. And in the early days of it, it was cyber criminals actually trying to steal the data to go and sell it on the black market. And that still happens to some degree as well. But really the more prevalent thing that's happening now is ransoming of the data, ransomware, where is that they would prevent you from getting access to the data, care provider. Why? Because all of that patient's information about how you're going to take care of them is now digitized. It's now in the computer. And if I don't have access to that information, I have the likelihood of not treating that patient correctly, giving them the wrong medication, not even know in some cases what they're in the hospital for or who the patient is, because it's all digital. So yes, there's a significant amount of concern that healthcare organization leaders have about wanting to digitize their environment. But the reality of it, I would also challenge, is you were probably less secure when it wasn't digitized, because anybody could really walk in there, and if there was a file on of a patient's record on somebody's desk, pick it up, go outside, take pictures of it, put it back, and you didn't know it was even stolen. If the person was gone to lunch, or or just walked away from their desk, or just walked into the patient's room, and the chart was sitting there. So I think in this particular case, there's better checks and balances that are available using technologies. There's greater ways to control access to that data. And there's ways to encrypt and secure the data such that only people who are authorized to see it have the right to see it as well too. So using technology now is the cost of doing business. It's just like you don't debate whether or not you got to have electricity come into the hospital. You don't debate whether you got to have plumbing and water. And at this point, you can't really debate whether or not you need IT. You can't do anything in this day and age effectively without it. The question is, how do you make sure you make it a part of the cost of doing business?
There it is. Now you said it. That is where it drops, the cost. A lot of these hospitals run on very, very tight budgets, very, very tight margins. And then they're impacted by sustainable healthcare practices, but also healthcare staffing that has been dwindling ever since COVID hit. Yes. And I hear what you're saying. You can use some tech to automate certain aspects of the hospital system, to make one person seem as five, which I think is very, very attractive.
Right. Exactly.
How do you understand to make that case to the board? Well, they say, look, we've got to increase our IT budget. We have to. There's no other choice. But then they say, okay, you can, but you're going to have to take away from something else because I don't see more revenue coming in. Help me make that argument.
Well, yeah, I would probably look at it from a different lens. I would ask ourselves, what are we investing? How are we investing our IT dollars first? And have we maximized that investment? How do we move away from pouring a significant amount of capital into IT versus translating that into a more predictable, scalable operating expense, like, again, a utility? You don't pour millions of dollars of capital in maintaining, a water purification, system for the municipality, or, you may have a generator for emergency purposes, but your day-to-day electricity is generated through your utility provider. Well, a tremendous amount of your IT services now can be generated and leveraged as a service as well too, just like the other utilities. I don't have to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in some cases in data center infrastructure and servers and people for running core parts of my operation. I can now go to a strategic partner and say, I want to outsource that. I want to outsource my data center, and I want to buy infrastructure as a service or buy software as a service, where I'm buying it on a recurring perspective, in that I'm not investing capital into it, but I am investing operational expenses into managing those technologies as a service now. So I'm putting the onus on the partner to now maintain, manage, keep up the operations, make sure they meet the service levels. But what I'm also getting from that is the economies of scale that the partner has, because they're not only managing my operations like a utility, they're managing multiple hospitals and multiple industry IT through that facility, just like a utility. They're managing the access of electricity, not only to your hospital, but to every other business and resident in that community. And guess what? If they only had to manage your hospital electricity needs, it would cost you hundreds of times more, right? But because you can share in that cost with everyone else in your community, the cost is now pennies on the dollar. The same thing is true now with many of the IT services that are existing out there today. We can buy them as a service. You can get the economies of scale by leveraging them. You only acquire what you use as well. So it's like a utility. I'm not buying additional servers that I don't know if I'm going to actually leverage the full capacity of that server. I'm only buying the access to the information I need through that platform. And oh, by the way, now I am not saddled with every 3 to 5 years trying to refresh that technology and going back to the CEO and to the board saying, give me another $500,000 or whatever the number might be because I need to upgrade my service to because they're out of warranty. I place that burden again on my service provider. So I just now can pay a very predictable, very scalable cost for many parts of my IT. And then I can invest the dollars that generate direct revenue into services like, buying clinical hardware, hiring more healthcare professionals, maybe building out more facilities that are going to drive revenue directly to the organization. And you're using IT just like you're using the water and lights in the building as a utility to support that revenue driver.
Man, I love that. Yeah. No, that's reimagining the tech stack, the technology stack. And you're right. A lot of healthcare systems are still running legacy, compute server models. They have very expensive maintenance, reoccurring costs for licensing.
Right.
So if you reimagine that and repurpose it and look at it from financial metrics, you could probably find the way to sustain yourself and be ready to move forward. Love that answer.
Yeah. Not to mention the staff, that just when you think about the staff, the cost of staff to maintain that environment as well too. Healthcare, quite honestly, doesn't traditionally pay the same type of salaries in IT or in some of the other related areas as other verticals have. And so it's very difficult and challenging sometimes to get qualified, experienced staff to be your database administrator or your network architect or your cybersecurity specialist, because they can make a lot more money if they went to, find the financing industry, the banking industry, or manufacturing, or some other industry that might pay a higher wage. And so if you're, again, buying some of those things as a service, then you, again, take away the cost associated with maintaining the infrastructure, and you reduce the need for having to have those high-end resources on your stat payroll as well. Because again, you're leveraging that same cybersecurity specialist across multiple clients, which then I'm getting that person for pennies on the dollar, but yeah, I'm still getting the same level of service, if not higher, that I would if I had hired someone.
And the thing I learned, and I'm glad you brought that up, because now you're changing the tech stack. You're starting to look at personnel. You're starting to see what you have, what you can do. We were at a CEO conference, or actually a HIMSS conference, and the CIOs were talking about where they need to go and the investment dollars going into AI engineering, going into data analytics, predictive analytics, decision support that then helps the business or the hospital system to make more and better informed decision making, especially when you hopefully get to interoperability.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also where healthcare is starting to recognize the need to have more personalized care, more patient-centered approaches to the delivery of care, more what they call precision medicine. And that is, each individual has their own unique circumstances, right? Their DNA, we're all human beings, but yet we still have different nuances in our backgrounds, our community, the foods that we eat, the DNA that we inherited. And so we can't treat everyone in a generic fashion anymore and expect the same outcome for everyone, because people are different. And so adopting technologies like AI and machine learning allow us the ability to really uniquely sequence that patient's delivery of care based on their unique circumstances. Not only that, but also to begin to some degree look at broader populations that are similar and provide more macro and macro services to those populations so that we can reduce the likelihood of systemic health issues in occurring. For example, You know, you look at a community that, say, doesn't have traditionally a grocery store, within the community. And most of them would be getting their basic essentials from fast food restaurants and or local quickie marts, which don't necessarily have quality food and quality options. Nor are those people learning how to prepare food themselves. So they're eating fast food, they're eating food just directly out of can that's full of sodium, or microwaving food that's full of sodium and other preservatives versus preparing their own foods. And so understanding that those populations that are experiencing that, how do we now intercede as healthcare providers, as healthcare entities, and partner with community and outreach organizations to figure out how to provide access to quality food, quality education on how to prepare food, address some of the concerns we in certain underserved communities and certain communities of color, specifically, I'll talk about the African American community, about the need to be more proactive in our care. Again, we traditionally, especially we African American men, we usually wait until something is so acute that we go to the doctor then, and by that time, it may have manifested in a way that is much more costly in this treatment than it would have had we addressed it very early on, whether that's onset of type 2 diabetes or hypertension or just vaccinations, for example, to make sure that we're being proactive in our delivery of care. So I think there's a lot of different aspects to, and technology is not the magic bullet, by the way. So let me just say that. It's a part of our system that we have to architect in order to improve better outcomes. And it starts with, educating the patient. It starts with making sure that we hold providers accountable for equitable treatment of patients as well, too. And also we need to look at the social determinants of health. Things like lack of food deserts or lack of quality care and education, things of that nature that have a direct impact on our health care. And then how do we apply the use of technology to help mitigate some of those challenges that exist in those communities that have been underserved? And so I think there's a lot of opportunity here to embrace technology, but also we have to make sure that, we're not just thinking it's the magic bullet, that we also have to hold ourselves accountable as a community, and we have to hold our healthcare professionals accountable for the delivery of care in those communities. And then we have to hold our legislators accountable for making sure they enact laws and policies that don't disenfranchise individuals who seek access to equitable care.
Well, you've summarized it very, very well when it comes to top priorities in hospitals for 2024. It's a big shift. It's a big lift, moving from different payment models or finance models for fee for service to more value-based care.
That's right.
And we've known about it. It's been part of the we call it Obamacare, right? It was enacted then, but it hasn't been pushed forward as much as it needs to be. So, like, again, you've laid out the situation that we're in. We can't continue to do what we're doing and get a better result. That's not going to happen.
No, we can't.
The whole picture, from the government regulations all the way down to the patient experience, the payer, the providers are a part of that. How do we get, the system has to be sustainable economically, and then be able to deliver the value of care that's there. Like, say, we have a much older population, so that's very, very something we have to consider. We're living longer, maybe a decade longer in certain cases, yet certain parts of the population are dying quicker. That could be stopped. So we got to look at all those things. This has been very, very good. We probably only got a minute or so left. Is there anything else you'd like to let us know that's very important?
Well, I think the most important thing I would want to leave with our listeners today is that, the whole model of healthcare is shifting. One, you need to make sure that you're advocating for your rights and needs associated with that, so that you can get quality, equitable, affordable healthcare. Recognize that technology is going to be be a conduit for the delivery of quality care, embrace it. Don't be, afraid of it. It's going to be, in some cases, for many, the best way to get quality care in the future as well, too. So thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to share my thoughts, and I'll turn it back over to you guys.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you both for being here today, Mr. Cooney, for your expertise on the show, and Mr. McGaugh for facilitating this fireside chat. Mr. Cooney, can you tell us where we can find you?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's really simple. I'm on LinkedIn, and that's absolutely the best place to reach out to me. I accept every LinkedIn invite that I get, and I'm happy to start our dialogue there. You can also listen to me on my podcast, Straight Outta Health IT, which I have the opportunity to have amazing people within the healthcare ecosystem. And it's not just technology conversations we have, it's a real, very robust discussion of all topics related to healthcare. If you check me out there's definitely ways to get in contact with me through that platform as well. And then hopefully I'll continue to be a part of this dialogue in the future, and happy to entertain any follow-up questions that come from this as well.
Well, thank you again, and we've enjoyed you and look forward to having you in the future. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the Scholarship Fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for December 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, Hello LLC, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, 5-Star BDM Media, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shania Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
5-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com today to learn more.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Crystal Gomez. I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Cordelia Gaffar. Cordelia Gaffar is the ultimate joy goddess, a soul medicine woman guiding and empowering women to have multi-orgasmic sexual bliss every time. She is a holistic healing practitioner, certified in sports nutrition, and a certified Movement 109 facilitator. As the CEO of Workout Around My Day, Cordelia is a globally sought out after speaker, workshop, and movement facilitator, a four-time best-selling author of 8 books, including America's Leading Ladies with Oprah Winfrey, and host of her personal podcast, The Free to Be Show. She was inducted into the Global Library of Female Authors in 2020 and is the recipient of multiple awards, including the Top National Influencer, Sexy Brilliant Leader, and the Brains Global 500 Award of Influencers and Entrepreneurs for 2021 and 2023. She also won Podcast of the Year in 2022 and was named Best Podcast Host from Powerhouse Global in 2019. She left her position as CFO for a small IT firm in Washington, D.C. 19 years ago to homeschool her 6 children. She has been featured in America Meditating Radio, British Muslim TV, South African Radio 786, Soul Wealth Radio in Washington, D.C., and Fox News. I present to you Cordelia Gaffar.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm well. Thank you for being with us today.
I'm excited to be here.
I'm excited to have you. Miss Gaffar.
Yes.
Tell us about this very exciting topic and how you became part of Oprah Winfrey's American Leading Ladies.
Oh, I was especially selected to write a chapter in the book. They were intrigued because at that time I was a hijab-wearing Muslim, so they wanted someone who was visibly Muslim to be in the book. And secondly, I'm a mom. I have 6 kids, so that was kind of intriguing as well for them. So that's how I was selected.
Wonderful. And you're also the host of the Free to Be Show?
Yes, the Free to Be Show. I actually started it in December of 2015. And today, I actually want to speak with you about For the Love of Your Business. There are some monthly practices, monthly best practices to practice. So I am not sure how much she said about who I am, but I'm also the CEO of Workout Around My Day Incorporated. And in my previous career, I actually was a CFO and I have an accounting background. So in addition to being a best-selling author and a transformation coach, I also do accounting consulting. So I thought that since this is the last Black Business Olympics of the year, that I would share some best monthly practices for the love of your business. So number 1, review all of your reports. And so when I say all of your reports, you may think immediately, because I have actually an accounting background, that I'm just talking about those kind of reports. But there are many reports especially in this day of automation and technology that we have access to. And, if you don't have teams for some of the things that I'm mentioning, you may consider having teams, especially if it's not your wheelhouse. Of course, as an entrepreneur, it's good to know a high level of a lot of different things. And so, with that, let me share with you some reports that you may want to look at as you're planning, or first of all, as you're reviewing this year. And going forward, you may consider reviewing every single month. And, a lot of times as entrepreneurs, we're thinking like the needle's not moving forward or the business is stagnant. But these are, I have come on here before and talked about self-nurturing practices, but these are business nurturing practices that will help you understand what's happening and why or why not the needle's moving in your business. So, number one, sales, because sales is how we generate revenue. So look at your sales reports at the end of every month and see, what products and services are bringing in the most money. If it's something that you want to focus on, like if your business is surrounding making widgets, right? And it's widgets that are not making the most, that's not the highest stream of revenue, but instead the highest stream of revenue may be the servicing of the widgets, right? That's an opportunity for you. And perhaps you need to do more research and development around that, or staff creation around that. And of course, once you've got sales and revenue, then you want to review your financial reports. You want to see where the money is going. So, how are your expenses? Where could you cut? Where do you need to invest more, right? So, in that example with the sales, you see you're making more sales in a particular area. If that's where the revenue is, but you don't seem to have staff for that, then see where you can reallocate your expenses to support that particular need. And it's not, as you're reviewing these, I'm not saying that you have to immediately make change, because sometimes you want to monitor something, right? Quarterly, let's just, look at it, have a pulse on it, what's going on every month. And by the end of the quarter, if, it looks like you're moving towards the direction of we need to make a shift and, reallocating resources, then do that. Social media reports. So you may be thinking, what am I talking about? If you have a marketing team, this isn't really something to spend your time on, but your social media reports. So you may see on different platforms, there's a dashboard report, and you can look at your analytics and, see, how much organic traffic you're getting, or if you have paid ads that you're using, you can look at which platforms are, maybe giving the best ROI, right? If you don't use social media, but you have a website, then you want to look at your web analytics, right? And that is available on most website platforms. There, you can see how many views you're getting, how many downloads you're getting, how many people are signing up for your newsletter, how many people are reading your blog. And if you don't know about those things, again, if you have a team perhaps that's handling all that, fine. If you don't, let's say that you didn't think it was important, or you didn't realize that this is another way where you can discover another source of revenue, right? Because a lot of times our website can make us money in the background. It can generate leads if no matter what kind of company you have. And then again, like I said, there's other marketing, right? So above and beyond social media and your website analytics, so there's other marketing efforts that you may be up to, and there may be ways to track that. I mean, everything's trackable these days. So now I'm going to give you 2 more reports that you want to consider having access to and reviewing monthly. in this day and age, if you're running a business, be aware that, and I'm bringing this up because I actually wasn't aware until about a month ago, that there is corporate credit and there's personal credit. And so you want to be checking your corporate credit, especially if you're scaling your business and you're moving towards the $4 million mark, because once you get to that level of income or revenue generation, then there are different types of credit that may be available to you. Until you get there, you want to be very aware of your personal credit because, of course, that would be the main source of support for funding your business and your cash flow. So, that's the number one. That's my number one recommendation, is to review all your reports. And so I have given you, like, what is that, about 7 or 8 different areas to consider looking at those reports. So there I alluded to what to do with the information, right? Because we don't want to overwhelm ourselves with extra stuff that, just may give you more things to think about or more things to worry about. This is looking for opportunities, and it's also looking for areas of growth, right? So, to shift your mindset around what you're going to do with that information, this is all just data. It's kind of like, I've done several talks about emotions, right? So it's kind of like that. Your emotions are just data. Just so you're aware that when you're in certain situations, getting back to the reports, they produce these results. So now the number 2 best monthly practice for the love of your business is to review strategies. So as you're looking at your sales report, match it up against the strategies that you've been employing. You can see clearly by the report monthly, if things are working or they're not working, or there's a high possibility that this is an area of growth, So now, what would be the strategy to change and learn from this? What strategies do you need to change with your sales, with your marketing, with your finances, right? So how I was saying before, do you need to reallocate where you are spending money to increase productivity, to increase the bottom line, or those kind of things? And here again, there are 2 more strategies that you may consider looking at. So I'm going to spend a lot more time on these 2 strategies as we move towards my third point. And whether or not you have a small business or a medium-sized business or, a multi-billion, trillion-dollar business, personal development and self-nurturing strategies completely matter. So there's a distinction, right? This is why, so we have personal development, which is more along the lines of those different areas that I was mentioning. If it's something that you personally need to maybe develop your leadership style, or you need to educate yourself about marketing, cybersecurity, or these kind of things that a CEO needs to know to run a company and, to build and scale, or just to run a company, or just to run your life, because at the minimum, right? At the minimum, we are human beings. And so we need to be always introspecting and looking to see where we can develop in our communication style and how we're relating to the world and how we're relating to the people that we lead and the people that we serve. Okay. So every company has customers or clients or patients, whatever you're calling them for your industry. And you also have team or staff. And so you're serving and leading your staff and you're serving your clients, customers, patients, right? And there is a certain level of emotional maturity, mental maturity, and communication that is involved in that. And that may require some support. And I know that we're always recommended to read books, and that, yes, that is personal development. The thing is, when you read books, right, that's you and a book. That's you and a set of words, and you're filtering it through the same filter, right? You're filtering it through who you are and your ways of being, which you may not be aware of how you are presenting in the world and to other people. And that may also be a hindrance. And this, if you will, is another form of a dashboard that you want to look at. Who are you? How are you? Where are your opportunities to change your strategies in your personal development? Now, the distinction here is with self-nurturing is if your self-nurturing is at a certain level, then that dictates whether or not you're open to the personal development. So let me first define self-nurturing for you. And I guess here again, there's another distinction, right? So, like, actually, in one of my books, I talk about the distinction between self-care versus self-nurturing. A lot of times, terms are used interchangeably that should not be. So, self-care literally is like taking a shower, eating food, exercising, meditating. And those actually are just normal human requirements, okay? Self-nurturing, on the other hand, are the choices and the dedication that you have to making sure that you're not just going through the routine of caring for your human existence, but that you're actually some days, requiring not meditation, and you recognize that you don't require meditation, but in fact, you may require an extra 20 minutes of sleep, which is the number one self-nurturing tip or practice that I recommend to my clients who are usually executives and leaders. And so sometimes, meditating every day is not self-nurturing. Some days you don't require meditation. Some days it may just be sleep. Some days you may need to spend an extra 20 minutes with your wife or your spouse, your wife, your husband, your children, and it's nurturing your inner world. So perhaps the nurturing that you require is just spending time in the forest, right? Spending time in nature or nurturing a specific love. One of the things I set up my self-nurturing according to the day of the week. So we are on Wednesday right now. And on Wednesdays, I look for what are the things that will help me win. WIN. How can I win today? What would make today a truly winning day for me? And introspecting on that thought. Every day is, it has its demands and it has its requirements. And tuning into what your body needs is a high level of awareness, but it's a very simple practice of self-nurturing. So I'll just go ahead and share with you the other self-nurturing practices, right? So we've got sleep, then we have our thoughts. So where are you, like, what do you do to nurture and cultivate having, and I want to just separate us from this belief that all thoughts must be positive. There are thoughts that will come through that you may not like or you may judge as not positive. And being in a practice of nurturing that part of my human existence is thoughts come through that don't require my full attention, right? And allowing them to just flow and be there. And if they are surfacing enough, right, then knowing how to reconnect with your purpose rather than ruminate on the thought that's not serving your purpose. And so creating practices to nurture a very elevating mental environment is the second self-nurturing tip. The third is food. So I am not about the hustle culture. I actually absolutely abhor the idea of that. So um, food is a requirement of a body. As long as you live in a body, you do need to eat. And yes, it's cute. Sometimes we tell ourselves that I'm intermittent fasting, but intermittent fasting is actually a um, a scheduled practice, right? So it's not, oh, looking at the clock and realizing you haven't eaten in 12 hours and saying you're intermittent fasting. Your body knows the difference, right? That is called a starvation cycle. And when your body's in a starvation cycle, it presents as you being irritable, um, your energy levels being low, because the you'll know when you're properly intermittent fasting, because not that your stomach's not going to make noise, but your energy level is the distinction. If you have a high level of energy, then that means that you're properly intermittent fasting. If you have low energy and you're irritable, then you're not intermittent fasting. Let's just be clear. So, and when you when you break your fast, right? I've written a book for that too. There are a certain set of foods according to your body type that are required to replenish you. Most obviously, the type of intermittent fasting that I practice is dry fasting. So in my case, would be hydration, right? And so I have different hydration suggestions in the book that I talk about intermittent fasting, and there are different food requirements. So understanding what foods your body needs when you break a fast, ways to hydrate yourself. And hydration, let's be clear, is not always about what you're drinking. Hydration can be dates. It is the fastest way to recoup your sugar levels in your body and turn your brain back on. Now, for another body type, and sometimes this works for me as well, it may just be eating like a tablespoon of coconut oil. I know I can see some of your faces making a grimace now, but it's quite delightful. And in my case, and in some cases, it does actually turn the brain on because neurons respond to good fats. So consider, if you're wiped out in the, first thing in the morning before grabbing a cup of coffee, maybe grab a tablespoon of coconut oil and suck that down. And so that's, food is the third self-nurturing practice. Number 4 is movement, right? So our bodies require movement. And one thing that I've always done, and I always recommend, actually, this is in my first book, Workout Around My Day, the only health guide that moms need, is to set your alarm, however whether it's on your phone or your computer or whatever you're using, at the last 5 minutes of every hour, get up and move yourself. So, I have 6 children, and I homeschooled them for 20 years. So this is not a lifestyle that lends itself to having a gym membership. And, to be honest, people make time for what they make time for. I'm not a gym person. So I prefer 5 minutes of solitude and of some form of movement, right? Sometimes it included my kids and sometimes it didn't. And for those of you who are in an office setting, it's super simple. There are a plethora of different exercises that you can just YouTube, right? Or one that really supports me and I highly recommend is eccentrics. So the great thing about eccentrics, you can go to eccentrics.com. I have no affiliation with them. However, um, there are very small movements that you make, and I've shared some of them here on the Black Business Network over this past year, that just allow you to um, make that mind body connection, um, free your nervous system, release your muscle memory, and just overall relieve stress and increase flexibility, increase mental clarity, and give you a lot of energy. And you don't, I mean, it's not exhaustive. You may sweat, believe it or not, in 5 minutes because you're doing these small movements where you're moving the skeletal muscles. Those are the muscles closest to your your skeleton, right? Your bones. And when you're working the innermost muscles, you're burning the most fat. And so this is a great way to support you. And it also, right, it's pretty much squeezing the bone where your bone marrow is inside. And I'm not sure if that's why it gives you more oxygen, but when I'm really feeling wiped out and tired, eccentrics is my go-to exercise. And so some of the simple movements are like you've seen me share about opening your hand and articulating each joint of each finger and stretching it to the wall opposite you. So stretching out your fingers and your wrist, right? This will mitigate getting carpal tunnel. I'm an author. I write, I type a lot, and I've successfully written 8 books, almost 10 now, because I've been working on 2 simultaneously for the past year or 2 years. And this practice of, stretching my hand, and my arm from my elbow and then from my shoulder, right? So this is a very simple thing, but it's waking up your vessels and connecting it to your nervous system and your muscles. And so throughout the day, you get to release stress. You get to have more energy. You get to have more clarity. And breathing is essential to good thinking and not being irritable. And so it's something for your consideration, especially not that this doesn't support men, but especially for women who are in perimenopause or in menopause. Eccentrics is very supportive on all levels. In fact, the woman who created it, she was about 40 years old and was recovering from breast cancer. And now she's 70 and she's still alive and she's still doing these practices. Actually, she might be 72 now. Anyway, so eccentrics or movement in general at the last of every hour, just get up and do something for the last 5 minutes of every waking hour. So not just during your workday. And so what will happen is you will naturally, right, at the end of the day, have um, a better relationship with your emotions. So it helps your emotional well being. A lot of people talk about EQ and missing that EQ is directly related to how well the body is operating, and also that your emotions are the direct connection between your physical self and your spiritual self. And so if we go back to point number 2, when we talk about your thoughts, that is the spiritual self. So meditation and prayer are not the only things that support your emotions or your spiritual self. How much you are moving your body and your relationship to your body deeply affect that. So review your strategies. Review your strategies. I'm going to reverse the order now. Most importantly, for your self-nurturing, especially if you're a CEO, and for your personal development, because you need introspection and your perspective to be reflected back to you. And so when I talk about personal development, reading books is great. Being in a book club or a book mastermind for CEOs is even better. Being in a mastermind, that one of the components is reading books is even better. And then as I get into point number 3, I'll give even more information with that. And so the other strategies that I mentioned here were, review your financial strategies, learning from the data of the reports in point 1, and review your marketing and sales strategies as well. Point number 3. Now this is, I'm going to go into even more detail than I did with the reviewing of your strategies here, because this is the most important, best monthly practices for the love of your business. Okay. Let things and ways of being go. And I have the most experience with this because I am someone who is very analytical. And so on a personal level, that can really trap me and pause me from doing things that are good for me professionally. And on a professional level, it also can be overbearing and heavy and weigh me down. And you may be able to relate to that. You may feel yourself, you may not recognize it, but as you're listening to me, right, you may recognize that you are the stop sign because you can't let things go. You got to hold on to it. And, as far as ways of being, you've always been this way. You've always done it this way. And, I'm not going to let it go. But, does it work for you? Is it supporting you as a human? Is it supporting you as a business owner? Is it supporting you as a mom, dad, whatever, your other personal relationships are? And if it's not, then perhaps it's worth taking a look at that. And as I mentioned before, right, with your personal development, sometimes that requires other people looking at it with you and for you, right? And so, in order to really lean into this final best practice of letting things and ways of being go, it's super important to have a team, right? Have a personal development team, and an embodiment coach must be on that team, right? So you can have a business coach. You could even probably have like a marketing coach, right? But having an embodiment coach, someone, that can really help you to stay out of your thinking mind and get back into your being mind, is essential. So, and it's an important part of your total emotional well-being. And so let's talk about what that personal development team can look like, and what does it mean to have an embodiment coach. So throughout the time that I've been speaking with you this evening, I've been mentioning different ways to self-nurture as a CEO, right? And one of the main ways that you can nurture yourself is to be taking really good care of your body. There's so much more in the world above and beyond yoga and meditation and hiking. And I know that we've all grown to love and cherish those things. And I'm so happy that it's supporting the businesses of all the many yoga instructors and meditation leaders that may have been struggling in business previous to COVID. And for your consideration, there is a whole wide world of ways to be in your body. And beginning with this practice that I mentioned of setting the clock at, for the last 5 minutes at the end of every hour. So let's say, what is it? It's about 14 hours on average 14 to 16 hours we are awake. And if you were to take the last 5 minutes of even 10 of those hours, then you would be up to almost an hour of workout, right? If you spent 10 of those 5 minutes exercising, then that's 1 hour of working out, of movement. If you were to take the other 6 and did some form of meditation or visualization or breath work, then that would be giving you about 30 minutes of spiritual nurturing. So you have an opportunity every day to potentially spend about 30 minutes throughout your day, no matter how busy you are, just by setting your timer for 5 minutes to introspect and to move your body and to pay attention to its requirements. And you may not be able to detect that without the help of an embodiment coach. So what's an embodiment coach? An embodiment coach is exactly what I'm describing. Someone like me who helps you to be with and in your body, understanding like when you have knee pain, that sometimes you're being a little bit too much in your ego, right? So pain in your knee is related to pride and ego. And maybe you're being very dogmatic that day, and you're just telling people, that it has to be a certain way. And now your knees are hurting you, or maybe you're not asking for help, or you're not using your support and your back is hurting, right? And so if you're paying attention to those things throughout the day and working with an embodiment coach, then you can learn how to release that and let that way of being go during the day. So in the moment, before you're creating a crisis, both health and business crisis for yourself, you'll be in the awareness of how to pivot, right? A lot of times we wait until we see those reports, like in point number 1, and we're like, oh man, how did this get created? And then we're thinking about how to pivot. That's actually too late. And if I can put in an analogy here, that's kind of like you don't eat breakfast, you don't eat lunch, and you're hearing your stomach make noise, and then you're actually getting hunger pangs. But before all that, you were thirsty, you were getting a headache, you were feeling weak, you were starting to be cranky, you're starting to be irritable. So your body's been sending you signs and alerts all day long, but you weren't paying attention because you had to get something done, right? And so you've entrapped yourself in a certain way of being that causes a physical crisis, which exponentially causes a or a business crisis, because now you cannot think clearly and you cannot function well, and you're not being nice with people. And this destroys relationships, and it's also destroying your health. So this is why it's important to have a personal development team as part of your regular strategies, right? As part of helping you let go of things and ways of being. And it helps to round out your total well-being emotionally, physically, mentally, spiritually, psychologically, right? And so then with the support of an embodiment coach, you feel safe in your body, which is going to change the way that you present and behave with other people. Because when we feel unsafe, right, then we're in victim mode, and everyone's out to get us. And from being, it goes from being a competitive thing to being a shark eats shark world. And quite frankly, that way of doing business is played out. We need more loving and compassionate ways of doing business. We need to find kind ways of doing business. And if you can infuse that into your way of being with yourself and letting things go, letting ways of being go, and letting things go, right? So now, instead of being trapped in the competitive mindset of, I'm going to, be a shark and take away from my competitor, there may be an opportunity for collaboration, right? That you didn't see because you're in this tunnel hustle vision of that inner fighting, inner battle. And it becomes more fluid, and you can be on a higher frequency. That will shift you and help you to pivot very easily when you are just on a different frequency. And so this is why this last point, letting things go and letting ways of being go, is so important. As I know I'm listing this under best monthly practices, but this is something that you get to do daily. And notice my change in word choice there. When you have an embodiment coach, when you have a personal development team, when you have a self-nurturing team, someone or someone's, people helping to reflect back your ways of being, helping to reflect back the way you're showing up in your business, helping to reflect back the way you're being with your body, then you can do so much more for yourself, for your business, and for the world on a daily basis, because now you're going to speak differently. And that is the easiest way to let things go, is through language. It's the vibration of your own words. It's the vibration of your own beliefs. It's the vibration of your own choices. And that frees you. And so if you do not, and there may be people who are watching this, and I know for the younger entrepreneurs who are watching this, you may not have considered this as something that's important, but just as important as it is to have someone that is helping you with your sales and marketing, it's very important to have someone helping you with your self-nurturing practices. And so that you are always operating at your optimum level, and that you're always having a reflector on your ways of being, because we miss the reflectors we have access to. Another word for reflectors are spouses, parents, children, friends, and so we miss and take advantage or take for granted those relationships. So to have a team out here, right? A life coach, an embodiment coach, a self-nurturing coach, that is a thing. That's what I do. Having someone out here to look at your whole world, your spouse, your children, your business, your ways of being, that is so important to create best practices. So as you go into this next year, for your consideration, if there are reports that you're not looking at, review them, all of them, all the ones that I suggested, and find out if there are others that I didn't suggest that matter to you and your business and your way of doing business. And from those reports, learn, be tracking the strategies that are working and track the strategies that are not working, and make a plan to change in the next quarter. Be agile. Don't keep yourself stuck. Don't keep your business stuck. And most importantly, in those strategies, make sure that you've got personal development strategies. Make sure on your financial reports that you have a line item for personal development and for self-nurturing. And the personal development, I didn't mention this before, can also be conferences that you go to. So there, it can, they're conferences for industry, but there's also personal development conferences. And perhaps you go to so many conferences for your industry that what you really need is to go on a retreat, right? And so I would recommend here to look for retreats that are specific to executives and CEOs. Don't go to any random retreat, because you may not get what you need, and you most definitely will, not be with the people who are like you, who are living like you and experiencing the things that you're experiencing. So you want to make sure that you are budgeting for personal development, that you're budgeting for also above and beyond going to retreats. You want to have a coach, an embodiment coach, or some type of self-nurturing coach. And the final point that I also made was letting things go. Just let it go. Just like we declutter our closets, the way you perhaps you don't, perhaps that's something to practice. But, decluttering your closet, decluttering your storage area, decluttering your storage facility. If you're just like, you know what, I've got too much here in my storage room, I'm going to get an offsite storage facility. Perhaps if you're in the practice of letting things go, maybe there's an opportunity to even let the storage facility go, because letting things go physically and letting things go mentally and emotionally all reflect in your ways of being and your ability to let things go where it really matters. So for the love of your business, take on and create best monthly practices, create best daily practices, create, some strategies. Like I mentioned, one of the things I do is I give a theme for every day, right? So like yesterday was Take Pause Tuesday. So I remind myself to take a pause, and it doesn't have to be a long thing. Taking a pause looks like this. I just paused. We both just paused for like a few seconds. Closing your eyes is taking a pause, because you're shutting down your sensory, your visual sensory. And if you're a visual person, that really matters. Perhaps you're an auditory person, and having the awareness. You may be thinking, Cordelia, what are you saying? I don't know. Am I auditory? Am I visual? Am I tactile? And these are different learning styles. And so this is one of the benefits that I've learned from homeschooling, is I had to understand the different learning styles for humans, right? Children, they grow up and they become adults, and your learning styles don't usually change. They just kind of expand. So knowing how to take a pause, and tomorrow is Transcendental Thursday. And so no matter what happens, I choose to transcend the situation, right? Freeing Friday. These are the words that I'm choosing, but your words create your world. So as you look at your daily strategies for letting go, ways of being, here's another last beautiful tip that I want to share. What I've been doing to show kindness to myself the past couple of weeks is when I think back on something that I did, and I'm like, I start, you know how we start to beat ourselves up, and the self-talk is, I can't believe I did that. Then the way I say the next part of that is, I release the ways of being that created this situation, and I open myself up to the possibility of incorporating new ways of being that will give me the desired outcome, right? Or the outcome I desire and require. So simple self-nurturing, that is self-nurturing. That is a way of being kind with yourself. And, that's taking the opportunity yourself up to instead love yourself up by just shifting your thought process in the moment like that. So, hi.
Hi. Well, thank you so much for being here with us today and sharing your expertise. I know it's timely during the holidays and the beginning of the year, where we have our vision boards in place and we're rethinking how we're approaching everything.
Yeah, 100%. So I hope you benefited from that. And I'm available on LinkedIn. I'm currently doing a daily live series. So if you do connect with me on LinkedIn, you'll see I've been doing a 13-day series, and tomorrow's the 13th day.
Well, absolutely. Thank you again.
Absolutely.
This is common, and we'll see you on the other side. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the Scholarship Fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for December 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Risset Coaching and Training, Hello LLC, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, 5-Star BDM Media, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shania Global, the Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here. And Princess Nia is based off of my daughter. And she she wants to be the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too. Because genius is common.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to do, I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
be messaging and communicating to a lot more folks and getting them committed to you as a brand and feeling that you are trustworthy, as a subject matter expert, and for their needs and their pain points. That says, look, here are my pain points. Here's the problem that I have that I don't want, or the benefit that I want that I don't have. And Grant and Sydney understand that and are giving me information to be able to assist, in my eliminating those pain points.
You're going to get a lot out of this workshop. We're going to show you ways that you can begin to look at this particular problem, that you can apply different formulas, techniques, and skills. They're going to get you to that next level. And then you'll understand the value that we're bringing.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Are you aware that showing off your expertise can gain customers and position you as an expert in your industry? Consumers need confidence to purchase, so let us showcase your knowledge by interviewing you for a 3 to 5 minute video. We'll position you as an industry expert with a customized interview style video, and for a limited time, we'll cover all production costs. Click this ad or call now for all the information. You'll want to experience the same 5-star service our customers love. So take advantage of this one-time offer. Click this ad or contact us now.
Building relationships to get you known, get you connected, and get paid.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things, and then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand, like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with. where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Crystal Gomez. I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Jeffrey Ingram. Mr. Ingram is a fervent advocate for personal and professional development and stands as a beacon for transformation. With a diverse background as an entrepreneur, manager, and pastor, he is exceptionally gifted to guide others as a transformation coach, corporate trainer, and growth strategist. His expertise lies in crafting accountability and outcome-focused strategies that propel decision makers and aspiring leaders to peak performance, ensuring a harmonious alignment with their personal and professional goals. He is also dedicated to the advancement of growth-oriented clients, helping them to excel in identifying and dismantling limiting beliefs and challenges, paving the way for explosive success on individual, team, and organizational levels. I present to you Mr. Jeffrey Ingram.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Crystal.
Hello. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Yes, genius is coming. Hello, everyone. It's such an honor to be here. My name is Jeffrey Ingram. It's an honor to be a part of the Black Business Olympics once again. This is an amazing organization doing some amazing work to empower the next generation of leaders. And I'm so for the work, and I'm excited to be a part of this expo again today. Now, tonight, I feel that there is a very important transition that's happening right now in the world. Now, this happens on a regular basis. Sometimes we see it, sometimes we don't. Sometimes it is a massive conscious awareness of shiftings. Sometimes there's not. And so throughout my life, I am this year, September, I celebrated my 39th birthday. And over the years of my career, I have witnessed so many transitions in life. I've been blessed to be as my bio, as I'm humble to say, like as it put, I have been a part of the growth, the launching, the development of literally hundreds of businesses and organizations, and the careers and the lives of thousands of people just like you and I, professionals, leaders, business owners, who are not just focused on growing a successful, thriving business or institution or organization, but also very, very passionate about their personal growth and development. They want to make sure that they maintain a personal life, a healthy personal life. I've been a part of this journey. Better yet, I call it a quest. For the past 10 years, I've been on this quest, the quest of purpose, the quest of walking in, living in the purpose that the Creator sent me, the purpose that genius has been given to me, the level of genius that I operate in, and the level of genius that we all operate in. It's all due to purpose. And so it's been a very, very, how do I say it? It's been a very emotional, it's been a very triumphant, it's been a very challenging, been a very, very interesting journey the past 10 years. Now, I have been blessed to be the father and husband, the husband of 18 years with my wife, beautiful wife, Nicoya, and we are parents of 8 and 1 angel. We have 4 sons, 4 daughters. Our angel, her name was Janae. She transitioned at 3 weeks old. And so through our lives, when I say our lives, meaning the life of myself, my wife, who was my life partner, and the children that we're raising, there has been several ups and downs and triumphs and victories and challenges that we have been blessed to survive. In fact, what we have embarked on, what we have unknowingly embarked on, this quest of empowering and building an organization, an institution, a legacy that will not only out-survive us, but will survive through our children and our grandchildren and great-grandchildren. I've discovered some kind of disheartening information that isn't really necessarily mainstream information for young people like myself. When I realized what my purpose was, what I wanted to do in my life, I remember I was 10 years old. I knew that I was going to be, my dream was not to be a doctor, not to be a firefighter or a teacher, but it was to be a business person, to be a businessman. As a matter of fact, I knew within myself, like, I was sent here to do business, to be able to, I didn't know exactly what kind of business, but I knew that for what I was sent here to do, there was a level of freedom, of flexibility, of no limits to my income potential, more specifically because of a job or being able to get a paycheck and someone being able to tell me how much I could earn. I knew that the best route to avoid that would be business ownership. And so my career started very early. I was 14 years old and I started my first business at that time. And within a couple of months, I actually got my first job and I started working at the local Dairy Queen in Eagan, Minnesota. If you're familiar with United States and Minnesota, Eagan, Minnesota, if you're familiar with Eagan, Minnesota, shout out to you. But Eagan, Minnesota is a small city. And I was there and I got hired at Dairy Queen. And I started making dilly bars and making Buster bars and making blizzards. And I made $5.25 an hour at that time. This was 1999. And I knew that that would not be enough for me to live my dreams as an eighth grader at that time. My dream as an eighth grader was to be a successful business owner. So I had a candy store in my neighborhood that I was managing, and I managed my mom and sisters while I went to Dairy Queen to work so that I could earn enough money so I could buy my own clothes, my own shoes, so that my mom could have the freedom or liberty to not have to worry about buying me new shoes or have to worry about me asking her to buy me new clothes. And so I did not know that was how my quest would start. And at $5.25 an hour, that's a lot of hours I would need to work in order to make that $120 I need for those brand new Reebok Allen Iverson shoes. So I asked my supervisor, what do I need to do to make more money? Like, how do I make more money in this space? And after a short chuckle, he said, well, at 14 years old, you can only work 12 hours a week. And a lot of limitations. I said, I understand limitations, but what can I do? What can I do? And his answer was, well, if you're a trainer, you can get paid more. You get 50-cent raise for being a trainer. I thought about it. 50 cents. 50 cents is not a lot of money. 50 cents actually reminded me of the very reason why I said I wanted to be a businessman, so that I wouldn't have the limits on my earning. But I said, you know what? Train me to be a trainer. I'll be a trainer for that 50 cents an hour. And so I focus all of my energy and my attention on becoming and being the best Dairy Queen crew trainer that existed ever. So I learned how to make those dilly bars in a different way with a different intensity, because this 50 cents an hour is going to help me get my shoes quicker. This was going to help me relieve my mother of the stress of buying me shoes and clothes and asking me and hearing me complain about how people would make fun of me for the clothes that I have. Like, this was bigger than that for me. And so that began me on my quest. And that by that summer, by that June, I was a certified trainer, and I was training students that were older than me, people that were in high school, even some people that had already graduated high school, that were in college, that were coming for their first job. I was their gateway. They had to learn how to make those dilly bars, how to make that blizzard, how to make sure when they dip that blizzard upside down and that spoon sticks out of it, it doesn't fall out. That was my responsibility. And I took very great passion in that. I took pleasure in that job. And it positioned me for what I do now, for me to stand before you as I do now today, as not just a trainer, but I'm actually a certified master life coach and leadership coach and trainer and a business consultant. And so as I have been working with literally, again, thousands of professionals that have been on their journey to their jobs, to be the best in their position as a manager, as a cashier, as a business owner, as a life coach, whatever that is, as I've done that, I've helped literally hundreds of people. There's something that I've discovered. Like, there is a major challenge that every organization runs into. Everyone that is on this quest to be the best they can, for whatever reason they're on this quest, whatever reason they're on this path of employment or self-employment, right? But there's a challenge that they all face, that every organization faces. And it's interesting, after working and being in leadership positions in multiple industries, that there is something that everyone has in common. And so you wonder what that thing is, don't you? I hear you asking. I'm glad you asked, right? See, what I've discovered, the most common challenge is not necessarily, most people would think it would be to get more sales, increase sales. That's definitely a challenge, right? To actually increase your market share with an organization. That is definitely one that is pretty common, but I've discovered that there's a lot of organizations that are not necessarily looking to increase sales, surprisingly enough. Right? There's a lot of organizations and institutions that exist right now that are not necessarily looking to increase their market share, interestingly enough. But what is it that they do have in common? What is the challenge that they do have in common? Well, since you asked, I thought I'd tell you. Right? The most common challenge that I've discovered that they face is how to actually maintain a healthy personal life while pursuing a thriving career or building a thriving business or organization. How do you maintain a healthy personal life while you're building a business or building a career? See, this right here, this problem is the biggest problem or challenge that I've discovered almost every institution or organization faces. The people within the organization, when they do not have the skills, the strategies, the discipline necessary to maintain a healthy personal life while pursuing or building this organization or institution that they're a part of, what happens is things fall out of what we call balance. Now, the thing is, balance in this instance in real life is really kind of unachievable, kind of unattainable, being that there are more than two things that we have to balance in our lives, right? Yeah, I do say our personal life and then our professional side of our life. But within our personal life, there are so many different dynamics in our personal life. And within our profession or our business that we're growing, there's so many dynamics that are included in that, right? And so to find perfect balance is almost impossible. So because of that, I've learned to change this pursuit. This pursuit is no longer to find balance, but how to create harmony within our personal lives as well as our professional lives. Right? Now, how do you find harmony in a personal life and a professional life? How is this a common goal? How is this a common challenge? And how can this challenge be overcome? Well, we'll start with this, like defining what success looks like in finding harmony in your personal life and your professional life. What does success look like? Well, that's a great question because success actually looks different for everybody, especially for someone that's growing a business or institution or organization, right? While maintaining a healthy family life, a personal life that includes your family, like myself, as I've been raising a family of 8 children. My oldest at this point in life while we're doing this session here is 20 years old. Her name is Ariana, and my youngest is 3 years old. So raising young people from the age of 3 years old to 20 years old, a 17-year span of life in the balance is a challenge that very, very few people even face today in our world. Now, if we were to ask this question 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago, it'd be more common to see families that have more than 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 children. Nowadays, average family is 3 children. And so already I live with 3 times the average. Okay. And to add insult, if I would call it insult, but to add some weight to this, most families do not, 50% of families, especially marriages, they end in divorce nowadays. That's not even with the weight of trying to build or grow a healthy or thriving business. So just the personal side of life, almost 50% of people that are really serious about maintaining a healthy life, especially growing a family, they don't even succeed. I'll let that sink in. Now, with that in itself in motion, the weight and burden of growing or launching a healthy, thriving business or institution or organization, right? Statistics show that most businesses do not survive past 5 years. Most don't even survive. most do not even survive. And for so many reasons, most businesses or institutions or organizations don't survive. So we have on our hands trying to balance or find harmony in maintaining a healthy family, which statistics show most people don't, or half of the people who embark on this journey don't succeed. And at the same time, maintain or grow a thriving business or organization while doing this. And so if you are, as we all are here, small business owners, you understand the struggle. You understand what it is. You understand that, man, it's an unachievable thing sometimes, right? It can be achieved, but then one little thing can happen. One thing can happen in the family. If you have children, right? Have one child that go through a health scare, or have one child that joins sports, right? That requires more time, more attention than before, the semester before, which throws off what we did find, what you did think you had for harmony or balance. It throws that off. And so now we have to recalibrate this, and then to recalibrate on this side, right? How do you compensate or recoup the time that's spent here, right? It's a struggle. You know, as we say, the struggle is so real. And so defining success is important and unique for everyone. And so I like to think that I'd like to take a minute to have you think about, what does success look like for you? What does maintaining harmony within your personal life and professional life, what does that look like for you? See, success is anything that is intentional, any intentional goal that you embark on that is achieved. That is success. See, the thing is, just for the fact of you are alive and surviving, and your family is, or your personal life has a level of health, right? That is more than just surviving, right? Your family is in place. Your business is somewhat in place. You have succeeded to some degree. Now, this may not be the way you thought about success. It may be not your dream. You might not have achieved that point yet, but it's important to understand and identify success, and even at its most essential core functionality of success. Once you understand success and see what success is for you, I have a framework, and I call it a cheat code, that I suggest and I teach my clients and my students, and within my own organization and my family. I teach to define success, but not only define success, but to achieve that success. Okay. And the first step in this framework is to identify the right goals, right? How do you know what success is for you? If the goals that you are attaining or you pursuing to attain are not specific to you and your life and your family and your organization and your institution, how it's impossible to ever achieve true success if you are pursuing the goals of another business or organization. There's no way. In fact, the unique genius and creative ability that the creator is giving you was specific to you. And not just specific to you, but to serve a specific group of people. That group of people starts with yourself, your family, your community, but then also your customers, right? Your people that co-labor with you to serve those customers, right? Like, it's important that you have an understanding of the people you are here to serve, and you identify the goals that will make them successful. What is success to them? What is the place they're trying to get to? Your business or your institution or your organization should be established to help a specific group of people achieve success in their level, right? In their eyes, that they feel the success there. And so if your goals are not to help and identify what success is for those people you're here to serve, starting with yourself and your family, right? Then the goals that you pursue, your resources, your time and attention are all for naught. You're technically casting your pearls to swine. So it's important to understand success, not only on an outer level and people, how other people see it, but on a holistic level for yourself. Holistic, meaning whole, meaning that you understand and see that everything is integrated in a part of a whole, the whole you. There are components and dynamics to you, to each of us, that are so important that if we don't find success in our development and growth on a holistic level, it is impossible to even know what the right goals are or pursue those goals or achieve those goals on a holistic level. Now, I'm sure you probably heard of holistic and common conversation and mainstream conversation. I know you've heard of that, right? And I've discovered, though, on my journey that the definition and the idea of holistic care, holistic growth, holism is not as whole as it really should be. That there are some pieces, some components that are not a part of our idea of holism or holistic care, holistic growth, holistic development. Now, usually when we hear holistic, we think of holistic growth or development, I should say. We usually think of mind, body, soul. Those are very important, three important components to the whole human being that we are. But those are only three of them. And I discovered that there are actually three more components that are usually missing. And see, when I discovered these three other components for myself, I became intentional about my development in these areas as well as those other three. And when I started to focus on and being intentional about putting attention on my development in those three as well as the other three, I saw results that I never imagined. And when I saw those results I'd never imagined, I told my wife, I said, babe, well, I call her sweetie. That's my boo. Boo, do you believe, listen, these three areas of my life that I started putting more attention in, and I discovered if people would, how different their lives would be, how different the world would be, how different businesses, organizations would be. And I know by now you're probably like, what are these three areas, Jeff? Well, I'm glad you asked what those other three areas are, right? So the first of those three areas is my social component of my life. Social. We're humans, social beings. We live here on this planet with literally 8 billion other human beings. And our ability to engage with, to effectively connect with, and serve, co-labor with other human beings on a social level, again, started with your family, started with your community, those friends that you have, your family members, right? Those people you co-labor with, your clients, customers, right? Your ability to connect with them on a social level is important. That's a huge component. The second of these three areas is professional, the professional side of your development of who you are. Yeah, we are professionals. We're professionals at something. Hopefully, if you're going to be successful in life, and again, if you are a business owner or a leader or someone who is helping grow a business or organization, that is a profession, right? And if you are not intentional about developing yourself in that area of profession, you will find yourself like so many people that we all have been plagued with, working with, co-laboring with, collaborating with. Yeah, you know what it's like to work with those people who figured it out 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago, and are so stuck in that space, in that way of doing whatever it is they do professionally. Those that have literally retired from their growth and development. As my childhood hero, Allen Iverson, quoted and made very famous, practice, what? We talking about practice right now? Yes, practice, development of your profession. We all know what it's like to work with those people. And so because of that, it's important that that's a part of our personal development, our professional growth. Now, the third area is something that might have slipped through your fingers. Might have slipped through the fingers of your brain or your mind. But if you're part of this organization, this amazing organization, then you probably know what I'm talking about. But this sixth area is the creative side of who we are. Yeah, creative. See, as humans, we were created in the image of the Creator, in the image, in the likeness of the Creator. See, creation is a very divine phenomenon. It is something that is a gift that's given to us as humans to create. To create what? Well, we create all kinds of things. All kinds of things we create. In fact, from the moment of our conception. In fact, probably before our conception. Those of you that may understand, the quantum physics, understand metaphysics, understand that everything actually already is that will be, right? But we understand that we are created. We are actually sent here with a purpose and given gifts, given genius to actually bring about, to create a new reality while we're here on earth, right? Some of us have discovered our creative ability, and some of us used our creative abilities intentionally. Some of us are very intentional about our creative expression. Some of us may not have the same, when creativity comes to play, it may not have the creative ability, but have an appreciation for the creative abilities of others. Wherever side of the spectrum you may be on, I tell you, you actually are a creator. You are a reality creator. You have been always creating reality. Right? And so when I became intentional about developing, using my creative abilities, been intentional about expanding those. When I became intentional about teaching my clients and my students to focus on intentionally tapping into your creativity, expressing yourself, things that you may learn in a creative way. See, it changes everything, literally. Studies have shown those that use creativity to learn, to express and regurgitate what they've learned, they actually learn what they learned sinks into their mind even deeper. See, creativity is, again, a divine gift that the Creator has given humankind. And so when you add those three components to your personal growth and development, you really have a whole system. The system that you're using is actually whole, complete. There's not pieces or components missing. So these 6 areas of personal growth and development that is imperative that we are intentional and consistent about growing in are our mental, our spiritual, our physical, our social, as well as our professional and our creative. And I have discovered that those institutions, those people who are intentional about their consistent growth on a holistic level, those are the people who also find it easier to maintain harmony in their personal life as well as their professional life. Those are people who find new ways to actually go about solving the problems they had on yesterday or yesteryear. Okay? When you're on the quest of consistent, intentional, holistic personal growth, there are very few areas in our life that continually remain unserved or underserved, that do not produce the kind of fruit that are necessary to produce joy or the peace or the success that we're looking for, or the people that we're here to serve are looking for. Yeah, it's important, it's imperative. And think about this in your life. Think about the people or the areas in your life of those 6. How many of those areas of your life have you not been as consistent or intentional about growth in? Take a moment. Think about it. Now, I want you to think about what is the one thing, not if it's not the one thing, but one of the things that you have just neglected, you have just overlooked, you have just kind of swept under the rug, that you know would help you overcome the limits or the obstructions or the obstacles that have been besetting you, that have been slowing you down. What's the one thing? Now, the one thing, honestly, if you think about the one thing, I don't know why it may be a thing that you swept under the rug. But I would like to encourage you and motivate you today as we prepare to close 2023. I would like to inspire and motivate you to seek out, identify the people or the resources or the tools that's necessary that can help you overcome that hurdle. Perhaps it's someone that you need to have on your team. that can help you overcome that. It may be having a coach, hiring a coach that can help you pull something out of yourself that you couldn't pull out of yourself. It may be reading a book, maybe taking a course, and maybe, I'm not sure what it is, but I encourage you to spend some intentional time to think about what could possibly be the thing that could help me overcome this. One question I ask my clients on a regular basis on our onboarding calls when we take on a new client is, what is one thing that if you could snap your fingers, you could have someone like a genie or whatever you want to call it that could come and make your life so much easier? What is that one area? What is that one thing that you would have someone come in and do? What's that area? Take a few moments to think about what is if I could have someone come in and help. What is the thing? What's the obstacle? What's the giant that's there? And the reason I ask this question in this way is so that our minds can look at it as an overcomable situation. Instead of looking at it as a giant that cannot be overcome, that it is overcomable. I just need to bring something or someone else in to help. See, once you do that, then you could discover one of the mantras that I have adopted and I started teaching my friends and family and friends, clients is we already have access to everything we need. You already have access to everything you need. When you think about your problems or situations in a way of, hey, what or how or who is it that I can bring on board to help us achieve this goal, everything changes. Everything changes, yes. So as I prepare to close tonight, I want to remind you and I want to inspire you to take a moment or two or 3 or 10 or 20, as many as necessary on here today between now and the closing of this year, 2023, to become intentional. Identify the right goals for yourself and your organization and your institution. What are the goals you need to be achieving, right? You need to be pursuing. What do you need to bring on board to make sure that you're growing consistently, holistically, okay? Then I want you to create what you bring on those things, right? Bring on those resources, those people. Create a strategic plan, a plan that's very strategic to actually help you achieve that goal. Sit down with those people. Sit down with this information and create a plan of action, some steps that you can take, right? Now, maybe the step may not be for you to embark on to chew the whole elephant, but the step you can take is to help someone to help you chew, okay? But create a strategic plan. And once you create that strategic plan, I want you to be consistent and persistent about executing that plan with excellence and consistency. Yes, that plan. Again, if that plan is not holistic, if it does not encompass all the areas that have to do with your life, your business, your institution, or organization, you don't have a strategic plan. And unfortunately, your chances of achieving that goal will be limited. But the good news is you do not have to live that way. You do not have to be doomed or bound to the limited success or goals or achievement that you or many other people that are in this same struggle of maintaining a healthy personal life while growing an institution or a healthy, thriving business. I want to encourage you, you don't have to do it. You don't have to struggle again. You don't have to. In fact, if you do continuously, unfortunately, it's at your own will. And so my hope and my goal and my prayer for you today, as you listen to this, as we prepare to close for the night, to remember that you create reality. Remember that the Creator created you with intentional purpose, a specific purpose, with genius living inside of you, living inside everything around you, and that you would tap into and learn how to harness the super ability that the Creator has given us to create reality, to change reality, to make things that did not exist before, to make them exist, or to reshape and reframe or recreate things that we thought were never, ever possible, but to see it and manifest it into reality. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jeff Ingram, and I'm so honored and excited for this opportunity to be here with you, to encourage you, to empower you. to create the reality that you were sent here to create. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Black Business Olympics, I'd like to thank you, Coach Jeffrey Ingram, for being here with us today. Could you please share with us where we can find you?
Absolutely. You can find me online. You can find me on my website at www.icreateleadership.org. You can find me also on social media at the Jeff Ingram, TheGeoff Ingram. Also, I Create. Again, we are a personal and business development consulting agency, and you can find us online as on social media as well at I Create Inc. ATL.
Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for December 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, Hello LLC, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, 5-Star BDM Media, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shania Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Artist to me is a creative.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarships of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask
ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Crystal Gomez. I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Bryant Thornwell. Bryant K. Thornwell is a Washington, D.C. native and University of Scranton alumnus, and he was inducted into the Basketball Wall of Fame while at the University of Scranton. He transformed his basketball talents into a diverse business empire. With over 35 years of experience, he is a multipreneur with ventures in mortgage, HR, construction, and tech. Mr. Thornwell's passion is to aid small to mid-sized businesses in the DMV area and to help them prosper. I present to you Bryant K. Thornwell. You're muted, sir.
All right. Sorry about that. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm great.
Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Mr. Thornton, what will you be discussing with us today?
I believe I will be discussing the business that I've been a part of for the last 12 years. Text Mobile Media is a multifaceted digital agency which provides custom mobile apps and digital business cards for small to mid-sized businesses.
Thank you. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Okay.
Tell us more about your business, Mr. Thornwell.
Okay, so we all know that we live in a microwave society, and most of our customers and clients, they want answers quick and easy. They don't want the complication. They want it as simplified as possible. So by providing a mobile app for the business, it allows for exposure, it allows for branding, and it's something that's immediate, so that they don't have to read through a bunch of narration that's on the email. They don't have to read through a bunch of biography to find out what a business owner is about and what a business is about. It's right, immediate, it's on their phone, and it's precise in that if you had to find out in a snapshot what a business is about, the mobile app is the best way. It involves engaging you to want more, so that you'll look at it, and right away you'll know whether or not it's something to engage in further, or something that may not be a part of what you're looking for on the internet. I've developed a way of having mobile apps with the integrated texting platform that allows customers to reach out to to allow clients to reach out to their customers, and let them know that, say for instance, if they had a coupon or if they had something to incentivize their customers, they can reach out instead of sitting back on a website and waiting for someone to respond to the website. They can have call to action, which means they reach out to their prospective clients and customers they want to engage in. So everyone knows what mobile apps are. That's the other great thing. You cannot purchase a phone in today's world where it doesn't come with apps. The integration that we try to incorporate with our business owners is now, how do we put our apps on people's phones? That's my job. So what I want at the end of the day, I want your customers to be walking around with your app icon on their phone. So that's easy for them to reach you, easy for them to share to other people what it is that you do. Business owners, when they're out, always being asked, can I get a business card? And, business cards are actually dead. They only work when you give them out, because most business cards, after they're giving out, they're either on the desk, they're on the dresser, or they're in the trash. So also it's limited. If you have a business card that doesn't have a picture on it, I can meet that same person next 3 or 4 days. They could walk right past me. I don't even know who they are. So a mobile app is a video version of what a business card is and what it can do. You can put videos on the mobile app. You can put messages, audio messages, so that a person will get a full overall view of what it is that your business does and what it is that you do. So the day of the paper business card is over. The other thing is, if someone were to talk about you and what it is that you do, and the other person say, do you have their number? They will say, no, I left a business card at home. This way, if the app is on their phone, they can say, let me share it with you. Here's their information. So it's today. It's not the future. It's now. And if everyone gets on board, it's just going to grow, and it's necessary. When you think of texting, it has a 97% conversion rate, meaning that out of 100 people, 97 people are going to respond to that text message, and 90% are going to respond within 3 minutes. There's no other effective communication tool out there. Television, radio ads are not that fast. They don't have the conversion rate. If you're using billboards, I have to drive down that street in order to see your billboard. If you're using radio or television ads, I have to turn into that channel or look at that TV station to find your ad or your commercial. Everyone has a phone, from 8 years old to 80 years old. Everyone has a phone. So if you're texting them on their phone, your message is being sent through the internet at an increasing rate of speed, whereas that message is sent immediate. So when you think about receiving it and responding, you're talking maybe 5 seconds. There's nothing that's more faster and more complete than the text mobile media industry.
So as a consumer in this age of instant gratification, a mobile app and also a digital business card will allow me to peruse your information at my leisure, so I don't have to communicate with the business owner during business hours. I can communicate anytime, correct? And as a business owner, it allows me to reach out to my consumers or potential clients anytime.
Absolutely.
Tell
and
us
because we're global, you got to think about that. Time zones don't exist in the internet. We're global. So someone in Africa is pulling up your information about your business and may want to do business with you. It's 24/7. We made sure that it's military encrypted so that scammers are not able to hack it, and the security is there, the rate of speed is there, and we're quicker in getting a message abroad as opposed to sending an email, which may get buried under other emails that we get inundated with on a daily basis.
Are you incorporating AI technology into your platform?
That's on the horizon, only because that I want to keep it simple. I've been doing this for 12 years, and it's just now getting people to a point where they understand what a QR code is. So now they're introducing the AI, and a lot of business owners really don't know how to use that technology yet. So it's kind of like you're spoon feeding them a little bit. It just really emerged on the scene, and now let's see how it can make things simpler than what we have. As I said before, I don't have it yet. It's on the horizon, but I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to implement it so that the customer, my client, can take full advantage of it.
So, for example, if someone, as you mentioned earlier, were in Africa and in their time zone, it's daytime. In my time zone, it's the evening, and they were to send me a text message, how does the platform respond to my client on my behalf?
Well, it's immediate. So if a time zone is an issue, that business owner may be asleep when he gets a message. But if he's has notifications on his phone or whatever, he may get up to respond to it. But he can respond to it at any time. And when he's sending out a message, the customer may be asleep. So all those things are taken in advantage or taken in consideration when you're thinking about sending messages and where you're sending your messages. So the text mobile media, it does have an etiquette with it that you want to send messages in an appropriate time, and you want to send messages that doesn't overwhelm the customer or the client. Say, for instance, if you had the ability to send out text, you don't want to send out too many, because now that customer is getting too much information, and they're ready to opt out of the app. So you have to have some type of etiquette and some type of restriction that I'm only going to send it on a certain time or a certain number of times during the course of work. And hopefully that the person that's receiving it knows that, okay, it's 1 a.m. on the East Coast. If I can send a message, but I may not get a response right away because of the time difference.
Wonderful. So tell us more about, as a business owner, how I can utilize a digital business card with my potential clients.
Great question. So having a digital business card lets that person know who you are, what you do, how to get in contact with you. Those are the main ingredients of a digital business card. It's a digital device that you can share. If you're at a business meeting, if you're at a business meeting and someone wants to know, or let's say stay in touch with you, you can send them your digital business card that'll go on their phone, and then it integrates into their contact. So now when they're looking up your information, it's right there in the contacts, or if they download it to their phone, it's in their icon on their home page. So all they do, they don't have to figure out your name. They don't have to figure out what phone number. They just tap the app and up comes your information as a digital business card.
So tell us more about other reasons why we would want to have a digital business card.
Great information. You would want to have it because, as I said before, paper business cards are dead. So a lot of times, well, not a lot of times, but sometimes a business owner may be in an impromptu meeting where he didn't know he was going to be in a meeting, and he's showing up and he said, I don't have any business cards. A business owner should never say that. You never miss an opportunity to do business. So in having a digital business card, this would allow you to share and refer your business at that point in time when it has the most impact. You've just had a successful brief meeting with someone. They're interested, they're engaged in what you're doing, and now you're sending them your digital business card, which they would always have with them wherever they go.
And not only that, we're saving paper.
And the trees, absolutely.
Yes, I know oftentimes I underestimate the amount of cards I may need at an event. So with the digital business card, I would always have that information available without worrying about running out of paper cards.
Absolutely. The other thing is a lot of time changes occur. You may change your phone number. You may change your business office. Now you're spending more money to go get business cards. The people who had your older business cards are still using that information. They're trying to call you. The phone number is inactive. They go drive by your office. It's no longer there. So if they had your digital business card, all that information will be updated immediately so that now the information in their phone is updated at the same time.
Wonderful. So is this digital business card a part of the app or is it a separate entity?
Great question. A digital business card and a custom mobile app are different. A digital business card is mainly used to give information about what it is you do. Say, for instance, a gardener or a barber or most of your blue collar services and things like that would get a digital business card. When you elevate to a custom mobile app, that's where you're getting into your videos. That's where you're getting into your payment. You may want to have a situation where your customer can pay on the app. That's where it's a little bit more involved than a custom business card. You also get into the sharing possibilities with an app where now these people that responded to your app goes into a bucket, so to speak, so that you can market to them. You wouldn't necessarily have that on a digital business card. It would also have more of your social media on custom mobile app.
So remind me again, please. So you can develop this app. If I'm a small business and I would like to have an app for my business, you would be able to develop that for me?
Absolutely. There's a few ingredients that I ask my clients to give me. If they have a logo, if they have a website, if they have social media, all those ingredients. And then what I do is I incorporate your image, the things that you've already provided for me, into something concise as a mobile app. And, we could go over the features. There's many features, but the benefits is what you would want to discuss so that we make sure that we're meeting your needs. The features are unlimited on what you can do. And so what we do is we narrow it down to what it is that you want to do. You want to acquire customers, you want to engage them, you want to retain them, And then we have features on the custom app to complete those needs.
Well, do tell us more about those features.
Okay. So what we have on most of our custom mobile apps is it's clicking a button. So we will have a button that's click to call. So you wouldn't have to remember someone's phone numbers or get a number out of place. We have click to email. Sometimes you can't remember what the email. So with one button, you're doing about us. You're doing business locations. It has the ability to do door-to-door directions. So if you're in New York and you're traveling to Richmond, Virginia, it will map out the exact route that you should take to get to that business. It will take you through all 50 states right now. It may do some Canada, but I'm not sure. I haven't done anything in Canada yet. But it'll take you literally from your door to the door of the business office. Another feature of the mobile app is it has a loyalty rewards program. So instead of someone bringing a coupon into your store or establishment, they have the coupon right on their phone, and you can activate it or redeem it at the counter, and that person can take advantage of whatever coupon or special that you have going on. We also have schedule appointments. If you were a doctor or lawyer, you can have a situation where now that person can just book an appointment right from the app, and that speeds up the process of you getting in contact and they getting in contact with you, and everything is done through the app. We want to make sure that we keep it simple so that we keep them engaged.
Well, I liked what you said about the loyalty rewards program. To me as a consumer, that's the most important part, that I'm rewarded for doing business with you. I think that's very important. So tell us more about the benefits of having a mobile app.
Great. The benefits, speed of urgency. Having a mobile app creates the urgency that the business owner is not sitting around waiting for his phone to ring and waiting for the website to be activated. It's a way for you as a business owner to now reach out to the people who have the mobile app. What we do is we have what's called client capture. So that's the part I was saying about, when you have someone in the bucket. And the great thing about it is all of our custom mobile apps are permission based, meaning that the people have to opt in to your mobile app. And this eliminates the spamming and things that's going on with other companies. So once they opt in, now they're in sort of this bucket. Let's say, for instance, we're doing something for Christmas and you put out a campaign for Christmas specials. So now all those people who activated or responded goes into that bucket. Now you can market to them not only for Christmas. So now comes New Year's. You can market to those same people because they gave you the permission to market to them. That's a benefit. A benefit also is now they can call you right from the app. They don't have to, again, go into their contacts or whatever and look up your name or whatever, because it's right there on the app. The other benefit is that they can find out who you are, because people do business with people they like, know, and trust. So it's more of a deep dive into you and who you are, as opposed to someone just having a business card and they flip it on the back and it's nothing on the back, or they want to write on the back. Another benefit is that it works 24/7. It's not like someone needs to take a lunch or a dinner break or anything. It's always on, it's always accessible. It's just the way that you're going to communicate. Like I said before about the response, when you have a 97% response rate, there's nothing that can match that. I mean, if you're going to spend your marketing dollars, you want to spend it in the where it's going to get a return on investment on your money. So if I'm spending my money and I know that the people are going to be where the eyes are, which is on their phone, that's how I'm going to reach those people.
Well, you mentioned that your app is permission-based. I believe that's very important in this day and age because we're bombarded with so much information, and some of it we did not subscribe to, yet it keeps coming.
Correct.
So the opportunity to give permission to receive this means that this was something that I want. This is something that I asked for, as opposed to something that was just sent to me.
Absolutely. And the FCC is very strict on that. Matter of fact, a lot of companies have been fined, huge fines, for spamming and sending this unsolicited email and text mail to people who never even reached out to them for those services. So I make sure that my clients and myself are not in any type of legal situation where we could be fined for being accused of spamming and unwarranted text and email messages.
Well, this is very valuable information. I'm sure many business owners out there listening right now may have not considered in having an app for their business. We all know that we should have a website. We may have heard of a digital business card, but didn't really understand how that applies to us. So in having an app to get engaged with our clients seems to be an invaluable tool in our emerging technological world that we live in now.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
I think I lost you for a second.
Oh no,
could you
I'm
repeat
still
that?
here.
It was a little glitch. Okay.
Yes,
You can hear me?
I stated that.
Okay.
Yes. I stated that as a business owner, those business owners out here watching this programming today may not have considered in having an app for their business. We've heard of having a website and social media. We may or may not have heard about a digital business card, but definitely an app is something that I personally never considered for my small business. So we thank you for offering this service and sharing this information with us today here on the Black Business Network. So tell us, where can we find more information about you and your business?
Absolutely. My website is www.oicitnow.com. Is oicitnow.com. And I had that vision when someone gets the app and they understand and they say, oh, I see it now. So it's www.oicitnow.com. Phone number is 240-258-8070. Email address is info@oicitnow.com. I can also be found on Facebook, Optimum Innovative Communications, and soon to be on LinkedIn, probably in the next week or so. But those are the main avenues in order to reach me and my company.
So is there anything else you'd like to share with us today that you haven't previously mentioned?
Just that, first of all, I want to thank you, Ms. Gomez, for this opportunity. And I want to thank Dr. Kelly also for the opportunity to be able to speak about my company. The one thing I like to leave some of the clients and customers is that when you think about your marketing dollars, think about putting more into the marketing dollars than you do into your products and services. And I say that because a lot of people really don't know what it costs to acquire a customer. They know how much their supplies and their products and everything cost, but if you have 1,000 widgets, but no one knows about you, how are you going to expose them and get them sold? So it's better to put everything on the front, which is the marketing, and then let that generate what your demand going to be for your supply, your products and services. So I run into that all the time. A lot of people will say, well, your services are too high. And I said, well, compared to what? So if you haven't really put pen to paper and know what it costs to acquire a customer, you're going to be behind the 8 ball in the beginning. So don't feel bad about front loading your marketing costs and let your services and products catch up with that. A lot of late night vendors used to offer their products, and then they would say it's a 6 to 8 week delivery. That's because they don't have the products. They're trying to get your money so that they can pay for the product. It's the same thing in business, is that you want to front load the marketing, get it all out there, get it exposed, get it branded. And then once the people start coming in, then you can go get your products and your services. Now, you don't have to do it in that order, but I'm just saying that's the part that makes sense to me, is don't worry about what it's going to cost to run your shop. Worry about what it's going to cost to run your marketing, and then everything else will take care of itself.
Yes, marketing is very important in our business, and I'm so very glad that you mentioned that. On behalf of the Black Business Olympics, I want to thank you for sharing your business and your expertise with us today. Genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much, and have a blessed day.
Same to you. Thank you. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for December 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Roche Coaching and Training, Hello LLC, Carolina Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, 5-Star BDM Media, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malaine Shania Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my multivitamin for kids to help combat weak immunity. During the pandemic, research has shown that having a strong immune system is key to fighting off disease. My vitamins are for kids, but adults can benefit from them as well. I'm adding a proprietary blend to my supplement line. I want to create my own blend so that I have a competitive edge in the marketplace. Staying healthy is important to me so that we live longer and have healthier lives. My website is klockproducts.com. That is K-L-O-C-K. Genius is common.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.